recording.
Just gonna get worse. Take your seat before anyone else. Make sure you don't lose these two. Yep. Did I give you my block? I think my block's on it. Hey guys, I need all of you to fill in over there. Stack it back toward the wall. Everybody's got to fill in on that right side. Guys, let's go. Fill it all the way to the windows. Back on that side.
For the Zoom, do you think I should put it here? Zoom? Actually, I need an outlet. No outlets. Never mind.
My apologies. Good luck.
That's no problem. You just need to place it to the side of the outlet.
If you have friends who you know wanted to come to this meeting but physically couldn't or are outside, I just mentioned this to them, we are sending out a Zoom link on Essay Line, so Binghamton's email. So if you have friends who wanted to participate but physically couldn't be here, you can tell them this is only for Binghamton students, so it's like the Essay Line. So yes, okay, thank you.
it's sent in waves. So like if your friends aren't seeing it right now, they'll see it super soon. That's the way that BEngage works with essay line. They'll send it in waves. But yeah, it'll be essay line at binghamtonessay.org. They'll have the Zoom link information. So thank you guys for helping us and being patient. We do have a capacity in this room, but we want to give everybody the opportunity to witness this if they'd like. So thank you.
Everybody, settle down a little bit. Thank you for coming here. We're going to get started. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 8:09 p.m. We're going to start with a roll call. Again, reps, please make yourselves known for roll call. Christina. Dipshika. Caitlin. Got it. Sammer. Ryan. Ted. Kenny, Ashley, Irene, Tyler, Nay, Layla, Eric, Thompson, Lauren, Joshua, Emily, Natalie, Victoria, Liam, Nick, Yuki, Saul, Joe, Logan, Jeremy, Jessica, Jules, Omar, Seth, Moran, and Midas. Midas, are you here? Midas? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Could I get a motion to approve the past meeting minutes?
Second door.
Thank you. Okay. My block, anybody? All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the Congress meeting. A lot more of you than I personally anticipated, but this is how we do things, and I just wanted to set out some ground rules for members of the audience. Of course, at all times, you guys are to be respectful, polite, and hold yourselves to the standard that our representatives hold themselves. Decorum is going to be expected of you guys at all times. I understand there may be applause during speeches. I'd like you to limit that as much as you can. I understand that it's probably going to happen, but just let everybody speak. I understand that the topics that we're going to be talking about today are very contentious, but it's important that we come together civilly, do this in a civil manner, and of course, do everything respectfully. So please, no interruptions. If there are any interruptions during the meeting or any interruptions during speeches, I will only warn you once. The next time it happens again, you will be removed from the meeting. I just want to make that clear to everybody. Let's not have chaos devolve at this meeting right now. That's not what we came here for. We came here to have a reasonable debate of principles and arguments, and that's what we're going to have. So, on a more Congress note, if this is my last speech and report to you guys as Speaker before the elections happen, just want to thank everybody, all Congress reps. Chairs, members of the Executive Board, thank you guys for being a part of an unforgettable year. We've accomplished a lot as Congress as a body this year. Even though we've had a lot of debates, a lot of us have had our own differences, we've all managed to come together in our common goal. And I'm really, really happy and I'm really proud of the work that all of you have done this year. You guys should really give yourselves a round of applause. So, thank you guys. We're going to move into committee reports, internal affairs.
We chartered the Binghamton Upcycle Project, the Binghamton Tech Collective, Ukrainian Cultural Association, executed on their diseases. The constitutions that we have approved are Men of Color Scholastic Society, the Binghamton Automated BDS Management Consulting Group, the Binghamton American Parliamentary Committee Association, the Students for Sunrise, the Free Pharmacy Association, and the North Vermont Project.
Hi everyone, it's so amazing to see so many amazing people here. I want to thank everyone who's on the financial committee for all of your hard work and dedication. Budget season is almost done. Thank you all for your amazing, amazing hard work. So we're currently in our last week of hearings. We are in the middle of appeals and asynchronous presentations. The clubs who were unable to, for whatever reason, make a budget hearing, I gave them the opportunity to send an asynchronous presentation so we can do it kind of on our own. And so kind of something that I just kind of want to make everyone aware of is something that I was able to collaborate with Dan on for next year, which is the conference fund. So the conference fund is going to be a fund of around $10,000 for FinCo for clubs to come in and request money exclusively for travel and conferences. This is exclusive of the discretionary fund that you may be more familiar with. Orgs will be able to include their registration costs for these conferences in their budget, but travel expenses that are based on changing location are going to be presented to that travel fund. This is so the budgets in the future can be lower level going forward. Thank you all.
First and foremost, I want to thank everyone on my committee for taking the last 2 Saturdays and helping interview the J Board candidates. We have 4 nominees that we've decided to nominate. And the members of Congress, please respond to Chris's email so we can get an emergency Congress meeting up so that we can confirm this to the J Board. Thank you so much.
Okay, DEI. All right, executive board reports, President.
Hey guys, we're going to make this short because we know it's lunch time on this meeting. We can probably just read through our reports if you have any questions about anything. Please feel free to ask. We work on a lot of stuff all the time.
outreach registration, which if you guys are in an SA charter organization, you should have gotten an email from me today about registration. And I'm also working with Mafia and we're helping each other in this transition of me helping her onboard and making this successful next year and helping me in this role. But thank you all for your continued support and I look forward to meeting you.
Hello, everyone. First and foremost, end of year financial deadlines are coming up. Club, please remember them. Also, remember 26th of April, 21st, 6th of April. Very busy in my office. You can tell some vouchers. OCCD company changes. I'm making changes for infrastructural announcements later. Time. Casino in the Woods is Saturday. Please come. Casino in the Woods is a lot of fun. Me, myself, and work. I recently moved to a new human resource system. I am abandoning that project at the end of this fiscal year. I've made that decision after the software utilized. I'm onboarding Caitlin. She did a great job. As peaceful as possible, trying to be respectful. I will be here to provide some legal perspective if needs anything. Thank you guys.
Vice President for Student Success.
Howdy everyone, I'll be quick as well. Deal with us. I wanted to be in a project that was a contribution project. They gave $400 to basically any student with any idea. It was completely random. I feel like a lot of people did not know about this, and that this was Binghamton students could apply to this. So I think next year I want to work with that project to make sure more students on campus know that they can apply to this. And even clubs and club events that you can use this money for basically organizations, any idea you have. In addition to that, there's a rally on May 3rd for a piece of legislation that would Plan B vending machines in all SUNY and CUNY schools. If any of you are interested in anything in regards to that, reach out to me. I will connect you to the person that's running that. In addition to that, Plan B vending machines is something I've been working on for 2 years. It will be operational on May 3rd. It's going to be in the library basement. There. Documented trainers, a piece of legislation that will be presented tonight is talking about the specific subset of students in the immigration process. These students come with their parents to this country at a young age. No parents come here on a work visa. Once those students hit 21, they age out of that visa and have to self-deport. Despite being as red, white, and blue as I am, and you, despite spending every single basically year of their life in this country. We're working with a nonprofit that's pushing for a piece of legislation that has Republicans and Democrats supporting, progressives and conservatives. So Christina's going to talk more about this. She's wonderful, and appreciate your support on that. I have other things as well, but this is a long meeting. None of you care. Let's hope we end tonight with a
Also, our new collaboration grant is live on BDS. We're also, our office is working with the interim community on allocation. And lastly, to keep this short, my Ghost Credit Initiative is now being continued next year by a committee headed by our next BDMA. And that's it.
Do I need this?
Hi everyone.
Woo!
My name's Nora. This is next year's student council rep, and we're just going to go through a quick updates. Like Lucas said, we've been working on this consciousness vending machine for a while, but it will be in the basement of the library, so feel free to check it out. Big celebration in the works. And then this Wednesday and Thursday is a Mega Accelerate fundraiser by the school. They'll have a big Accelerate event right in this room. They really, really want students to show up, so just as you come here, we'd love to see you there as well.
So I'm very, very excited to take on this role and to be in charge of the roadmap internship for next year. And I just wanted to let you know that those applications are open. They are open to SOM majors, and I would encourage everyone who is a rising junior or senior to apply if you are ambitious and you want to take on a really great opportunity to make a great change on this campus. We want creative, proactive people who can really help to get initiatives accomplished.
Great, and then just as a reminder of a lot of the projects that the BU Council works on, we had about 500 mental health programs dispersed around 15 to 20 locations on campus, a new bus stop in front of the religious centers on Murray Hill Road, and then also the vending machine. Our last BU Council meeting is this week, and as always, reach out.
Okay, J-Board report?
Hi everyone, I'm Chief Justice. Basically, very short and sweet, we have G-Board officer elections happening this Thursday at 6:30 p.m. And this time done is pretty much it. It's out there moving since the last Congress meeting, so it was great working with you all. Hopefully I'll get to continue working with you guys this year and the rest of the semester.
Okay, community reports, Mountain View? Mountain View has no report. CIW? Woo!
As the BDS said, you have we have papers to come on that, blackjack.
So we had Women Hysteria last week, as well as next week we're selling stickers and t-shirts on Wednesday at the end of the demo, so feel free to show up and support it.
Dickinson?
Hello, everyone. This past weekend, Binghamton collaborated with WHRW to hold MoFest. I hope a lot of you guys kept out, but we came back stronger with DTC Fest. I know we had 1,500 cookies, 48 dozen donuts, 42 gallons of ice cream. So if you guys were there, I'm sure you guys had an amazing time.
Newing?
Hi everyone, Newing has a very short and sweet report. We have Newing Navy.
Susquehanna?
Hi guys, Melissa Stahana is hosting a Mission Local tomorrow, and we're working with the apartment community to have our apartment carnival this Saturday.
Hillside?
Like she just said, we're having our apartment carnival this Saturday.
If aging councilor president agrees here, I'll get that to you.
Yeah, so we're doing e-board elections tomorrow, 8 a.m. to the end of the day. An event that must be running at Lost Dog on the 25th, and then on May 2nd, we're partnering with the Line of AC to host a trivia day.
Alright, thank you for that being said. We will be moving into old business. We'll be voting on our 7th resolution to address student homelessness at Binghamton. Logan, would you like to come up and present your remarks?
Oh, come on. Well, just for a note, if anyone doesn't
accessible essay Congress meetings. Say,
Hi everyone. So it's been an issue this year that creating Congress minutes and written reports have been problematic for some people that may have some disabilities. So up here I brought our essay president, Alexander Isor, to go into those issues and discuss the legislation that we worked on.
Yeah, and this isn't, this isn't like we were doing so wrong in the past. Like, great issues come up, and I can have a disability that was raised in writing. And I think just moving forward, we want to integrate this legislation so that we make sure that students don't have to come and self-identify to express that they need accommodation, but instead those accommodations will just be inherent. So this will be adding an option to have closed captioning at Congress meetings by having to zoom up with closed captioning, as well as system to allow for in audio form. Pretty clear cut, just adding these accommodations to the Congress SSA to identify the best system to add them to the Congress meetings as well as other SA meetings to make all of them more accessible. Yeah, that's just
any questions? Do I have a Okay. The way this is going to work is that members of Congress, voting representatives, will be migrating to University of 11 down the hall. I'm sorry?
Chris will follow us.
Yeah, I'll lead you guys to the room. We're going to do, Sophia and I will do it. We'll conduct the election. Just so everybody's aware, we'll do 3 minutes introduction.
Production to accumulate candidates. Nominees, you guys will introduce yourselves, and then we'll go into deliberation, and then we'll vote. So, of course, for members of the audience, executive session usually means that Congress will be conducting their business without the presence of any outside actors, including executive board officers, committee chairs, or members of the public. We've gone into executive session because it would probably be the best if the nominations and the nominees for speaker and the Congress reps themselves don't have any added pressure when we go through our business. I can assure you that this won't happen later on at night when the business really matters. We're just doing this so we can conduct our business, get it out of the way first, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. We'll end executive session. We'll come back as soon as we're finished with the voting. But with that being said, all Congress reps, please stand up, follow me out of the room, and we'll get started.
For members of the audience, we're also the e-board because we're not in Congress. We're also going to be waiting. If you guys are standing, if you want to try and just take a seat on, you can stand if you want. I don't know. Again, this is just logistically, it just needs to go through, but we told them to try and be done as soon as possible. We're also going to be waiting along with you guys. We're also, no. I'm going to try and see if we can get some water or something.
As a reminder, even though we are on a hiatus, please continue to be respectful to each other. I just want to put that out there. And if you guys want or need anything, feel free to talk to me or him.
Of all the trivia local chapter. All right. Thank you.
Hello everyone, we have order on the back. There's a line forming back there. We have cups and everything. If you're thirsty, get a drink. It's going to be a long night. Hopefully it will.
speaker election votes right now, so we should be back in a normal session pretty soon, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes. You're welcome. The first round of voting was a tie, so they're going to do a second round, so it's probably going to be closer to 15 minutes. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. They should move faster, though, because they're not going to like review debate and stuff. They're just going to move into a second round of voting. Voting. So they're just going to clap and then vote motion to close their session and come back.
You have a USB? You have a USB-C on this? I'm expecting YouTube gentlemen to keep track of in case things go to shit. Are you not staying? No, I'm here. I'm gonna go here.
All right, let's get settled down again, everybody. Sorry for the delay.
Christina.
Let's take our seats, please.
Oh, I think I'm going to mine anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Let's quiet down, please. Let's get some quiet in the room, please. All right, I'd like to congratulate the new speaker for next year, Christina Donders. Congratulations. Good luck to you next year. With that being said, we are going to move further on into business. We are going to be introducing R9, calling on elected officials to support federal protections for children of long-term visa holders. I would like to invite Christina to the stage to introduce the bill.
Hello everyone, I'll do my best to keep this super short. So essentially this resolution is calling on the student association to support the America's Children Act. So essentially what the America's Children Act stands to do is that more than 200,000 children in the United States who are undocumented immigrants, these are children of long-term visa holders. They immigrated to the U.S. when they were probably super small, like maybe less than a year old. However, because when they don't have their own visas, they come in with their parents' work visas. When they turn 21, they're forced to self-report. These children are Americans by everything but legal status. The thing that makes this bill separate from, I know the America's Clean Bill, I believe it's called, it's for something very similar. This is specific to students who have graduated from university. So I know, and also at the bottom it calls on our representatives in the New York State government as well as SUNY leadership
I think we'll be alright. It's just... That's hard.
I know within our university, maybe even within this group, we have students who are affected by
BMA to DEI, just ensuring that there's a seamless cohesion of group of effort between Congress and the executive board to get done what we want to get done. Any questions? Yes. Any other questions? You are already a non-voting sponsor. Betsy, good job. Yes, it would add a subsection into the keyboard's responsibilities, basically saying attend at least one planning committee meeting each month.
Anybody else? Yeah, so specifically to the concern about me and today, I worked with them on this to make sure that there wouldn't be that conflict of interest. That's why in the additional management policy, specifically the president, it will be at the discretion of the E&J chair of whether or not the president can go to that meeting to ensure that there wouldn't be that specific conflict of interest between the president and the E&J. And to your first concern about wanting the executive board to be less involved in Congress, I personally have a very different opinion on that, I'm sure. I believe that if Congress and the executive board work together, we can get more done for the students that we represent. All of us are elected by either our communities or by the student body as a whole to represent the students. And that's both the executive board and Congress's mission. And I feel like that if we work together and these committees are working with executive board members that may have more pull with administration with the goals they're trying to achieve, such as SLA trying to improve student life and academics, working with the BDS who may have contacts that can help them achieve that. I think there's very beneficial things that can happen as a result. Any other questions? Thank you. Just allow us to go in before we wait. Yeah.
All right, guys, let's settle down. I'd like to remind you guys our rules about decorum. Please remain silent during all speeches. Please remain silent during all proceedings. Like I said before, if you violate decorum, I will warn you only once. The second time it happens, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave the room. All right, with that being said, we are going to move into the main event. Resolution 11, resolution calling for Binghamton University divestment. Will the author of the bill like to come forward and present? we're having problems with the Zoom where apparently people can't really hear too much. So I'm just going to ask everybody who speaks to use the mic. That's about it. I recognize Sol. Does that motion have a second? Is there any opposition to that motion? Nick? Okay, seeing as there's opposition, it would need this. You move for a roll call vote in terms of the opposition? Well, yes, first we will have to begin. Well, yes, this is debatable. This motion is debatable. So first we'll go into debate, and then as we progress in debate. Yeah, we can't do that before. Just hold. We have to, unfortunately. Okay, so, well, I'll probably do it like this. Chair's discretion will have 3-4-3 against, just to start off. Would anybody be comfortable with 2? Okay. And would anybody is everybody in the opposition comfortable with 2 speakers for the bill and 2 speakers for the bill and 2 speakers against? Okay, all right. We're not debating the bill, we're debating the motion. All right, so, all right, let's settle down. Decorum, please. Decorum, please. All right, Saul, since you made the opposition motion, you have the floor since this motion is debatable.
So, I'd like to object to this motion on the grounds that essay precedent very clearly delineates this motion never should have been made on the agenda, let alone gather the audience that it has here today. If you look back to the SUNY essay legislation from 2021, there is a very clear clause that states, resolve, the SUNY essay recognizes the right of the Jewish people to self-determination and recognizes that attempts to undermine this fundamental right are anti-Semitic, including the boycott, divest, sanctions movement. And that the SUNY essay will not facilitate, promote, or participate in any activities that directly or indirectly promote anti-Semitism or undermine the rights of Jewish people to self-determination, and funding for student or otherwise based groups that violate these terms can be revoked. On the grounds alone that the SUNY essay has recognized this movement as inherently anti-Semitic, this is something that was legislated not just by Binghamton reps, but by representatives from all 64 SUNY institutions. That alone should be grounds. But that's not enough, because this resolution was actually reaffirmed and adopted by our own Binghamton Congress with one very important caveat. The resolution that was adopted by our Congress did not, in fact, include the clause that debates BDS. Why is that? The meeting minutes, which are available publicly, and I encourage all of you to look at them, clearly state that the reason why that our essay Congress in 2021 did not include the BDS clause is because they stated that BDS was a political statement. It said that just as the Binghamton essay should not make any statements in favor of Zionism or call themselves Zionist, so too, the university and the essay must not make statements that say we are anti-Zionist. How is it that our essay voted unanimously to approve the resolution with the removal of that clause on the grounds that making a political statement was improper for our organization? But then now this is even being entertained. On those grounds, I object to the fact that this is even being considered. It should not be on the agenda at all, and it should be removed immediately.
I stand before all of you today with three important identities. I'm an elected representative of over 1,000 Binghamton residents. I'm an opponent of the ongoing genocide being committed by Israel in Gaza. I'm a proud Jew, and I declare that this genocide will not be committed in my name. Many Jews hold dear the rabbinical concept of tikkun olam, meaning to repair the world, and see it as a call to social justice. We cherish rich traditions of not only resisting anti-Semitism, but standing up to oppression of all peoples everywhere. Tonight, we have a political and moral question on the agenda, not a religious one. Opposition to Israeli apartheid and genocide is a necessary and just stance, not an anti-Semitic one. Thank you. Jews are not a monolith. I do not speak for all Jews, and neither does the opposition to this legislation. Conflating the Jewish community with support of Israel, however, assumes a bigoted anti-Semitic trope that all Jews must be loyal to Israel. A recent poll by Pew Research found that a majority of Jews aged 18 to 34 oppose Israel's response to Hamas's October 7th attack. These Jews are not applying a double standard to Israel. They simply recognize the horrors and atrocities being committed daily before our eyes. Our government, providing nearly 70% of Israel's weapons, is supporting these atrocities. Our university, in its seclusive control over the contents of its endowment, is supporting these atrocities. I assure you, if either of these institutions supported Russia's invasion of Ukraine or the ongoing Uyghur genocide, I would fight against that with the same ferocity I bring to you here today. I and every campus organization, every SA congressperson supporting this resolution wish for peaceful coexistence, not the expulsion of one population by another. All of the organizations in the Divest from Death coalition, from the Yiddish Bund, a non-Zionist Jewish organization, to Students for Justice in Palestine, wholeheartedly condemn anti-Semitism. We take anti-Semitism seriously and have included protections against it in the resolution. For example, the resolution's restrictions on student association partnerships, sponsorships, and endorsements explicitly include a carve-out for student organizations to ensure that Jewish student organizations are not limited. The resolution also condemns Hamas, correctly calling their attacks horrific, and affirms the student association's commitment to opposing anti-Semitism. I do not take my introduction of this resolution lightly. Over 30,000 people have been killed in Israel's assault in Gaza. Thank you.
Please settle down, please settle down. We're going to take two more speeches, one for each side. You can still make the motion. What was the motion? Okay, do you have a second? Okay, this is so this is a proposed motion, which means we vote on it immediately. So all those in favor of calling the question, all right, thank you for clearing that up. Thank you. All right, so all in favor of the motion? You can move for a roll call vote, but the chair would look unfavorably upon a roll call vote. Okay, with a roll call vote, I will call every individual member of Congress, and they will either say yea or nay or abstain to this call to question. So, starting from the top, if you're in favor,
whether or not we should even consider voting on
question, which ends debate and puts us into a vote. So we are voting on whether to vote on Saul's motion to take this off the agenda. Is everyone clear on that?
Again, and then vote on this again. Either way, we're voting on Saul's motion. It's just, do you want it now or do you want it
Okay, since we were called to a roll call vote, Christina, how do you vote? Okay, yay. So I'm going to keep track of this, please. We're going to take us to Dubshika, yay or nay? Okay. Caitlin is absent. Sarah, yay or nay? Okay. Ryan is absent. Ted, yay or nay? Yay. Kenny, yay or nay? Yay. Ashley's absent. Irene, yay or nay? Okay. Tyler, yay or nay? Okay. Nay? Yay or nay? Nay's not here yet. Okay, thank you for that. Layla, yay or nay? Nay. Eric, yay or nay? Yay. Thompson, yay or nay? Thompson? Nay. Okay. Lauren, yay or nay? Joshua, yay or nay? Emily, yay or nay? Natalie, yay or nay? Liam, yay or nay? Okay. Nick, yay or nay? Yuki, yay or nay? Saul, yay or nay? Joe, yay or nay? Logan, yay or nay? Jeremy, yay or nay? Jessica, yay or nay? Jules, yay or nay? Oh, Jules is not here, apologies. Omar, yay or nay? Yay. Seth, yay or nay? Yay. Moran, yay or nay? And Midas, yay or nay? Okay. Victoria, yay or nay? Thank you.
The yeas are 17, the nays are 8. This motion passes.
Okay, so we will.
I request a withdrawal motion. Obviously, it's not going to pass.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so now Tyler and Omar and the authors of the bill, we will be beginning a question and answer period. So you guys are more than welcome to present the bill now. Omar, you have the floor.
Welcome everyone, audience members, Congress members of DSA. Over 40 years ago, the student body at this very institution called upon the university administration to divest and cut all financial ties from South Africa. At the time, the South African government was engaged in enacting a viciously oppressive series of policies culminating in a system of apartheid. With a lack of an adequate response from the administration, the student body, led by its student leaders, demanded that Binghamton University sever any and all financial connections to South Africa. The student titled Grassroots Campaign, with the Student Association at the forefront, effective change on campus, effectively divesting Binghamton from South African apartheid. In fact, it is the very reason why the room we are next to is called the Mandela Room. And now we find ourselves yet again in a critical juncture that calls on us Over the course of 6 months, the state of Israel has systematically slaughtered, starved, and displaced the Palestinian population. It has repeatedly committed reprehensible and heinous atrocities against the Palestinian populace, with over 30,000 people having been killed and 80% of the population in Gaza having been displaced as a result of the Israeli occupation. The international community, time and time again, has sounded the alarm against the actions of the state of Israel. We have the facts. Now the question stands before us. Will we continue to allow our institutions to support the state of Israel and the companies that have facilitated the current genocide, or will we call on our administration to divest from this modern-day apartheid state and the subsidiaries complicit in upholding it? The answer must be a resounding resolve to divest from death. The present resolution is an affirmation of that resolve, calling on those in power to stand against the wanton killing of innocent lives and to uphold the sanctity of life. War profiteers have no place in academic institutions. Our universities are meant to be a place where progress is possible and where we can build a better tomorrow for all. Therefore, as people of good consciousness, it is our duty to do everything that we can to ensure that justice prevails and that humanity wins. We are gathered here to decide whether or not we stand on the side of justice. Do not stand on the sidelines. Very few times do we have the opportunity to truly make change and redirect the course of history. This is our moment to do so. Do not let it pass you by. And I tell you, Binghamton University, for all those who are in Watson engineering students, there are alternatives. You don't have to go to Lockheed Martin. You don't have to go to BAE Systems. Tell your university to find an alternative. I look at time.
I move to yield my 3 minutes to Binghamton City Council member Nate Hotchkiss.
Greetings, thank you for having me. I'm Nate Hotchkiss. I'm a Binghamton City Council representative. I'm a local guy and an alumni here, and this is my first time engaging in student politics, so thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm here to continue to represent the interest of my constituents. Last week in Binghamton City Council, we passed our ceasefire resolution unanimously. We joined over 100 other local municipalities in passing ceasefire resolutions across the country, and this has been a huge step outside of our normal practice. But the times call for it, and our community has been calling for us to take a stance on this and to raise their voices, so we chose to pass the ceasefire resolution. Almost directly following that, the next day, Iran launched a series of drone and missile attacks on Israel. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and it seems like we weren't having much of an effect, but now Israel is in a position where they aren't responding with violence because the United States has changed their position of unequivocal support to conditional support, and they're not going to allow Israel to continue to commit war crimes, and they're not going to allow brazen acts of war to happen, because it's just going to continue to escalate and get worse. And that's what all these small actions have had the effect of. All these marches in the streets, all these small, you're calling for a ceasefire, you're calling for peace, you're going to be on the right side of history. I urge you to vote this through. I urge you to vote in divestment. I urge you to vote against the military-industrial complex. You're going to be on the right side of history. Vote this through.
Tyler, no one, since you guys go through bills, I'd ask you guys to come up again. We're going to enter a question and answer period on this bill. Okay, so the way this question and answer period is going to work, I'm going to call on members of Congress to ask questions regarding provisions of the bill. After the question and answer period has elapsed, we are going to move into a debate period, and we'll go from there. But for right now, we're going to move into a questioning period. Does anybody have any questions for the bill? So,
how is it that this resolution calls for the Student Association and judicial recognition of the ongoing war in Gaza as genocide when the International Court of Justice, the highest court in the world, has not been able to make a definitive determination? I noticed in the resolution that you included that they've not concluded, that they've deemed it inconclusive, but you are calling for us, a group of students who, quite frankly, don't know as much as them, to make this determination when they couldn't.
Thanks for your question, Saul. So the International Court of Justice concluded that there was a plausible risk of genocide going on in Gaza. That was around a month ago. Since then, Israel has not abided by the conditions that the International Court of Justice put on Israel, both blocking aid shipments, killing aid workers. So since then, it has become clear with the 30,000 dead and aid organizations moving out of the country that a genocide is going on. Thank you.
Back to you. The BU Council representative, can you speak? Let's ask a question.
Thank you. So, what?
I just gave her speaking rights.
Point of order, I was speaking this entire year, so I should be able to.
All right, let's please feel free to ask a question.
So, if you want to end all your relationships with Lockheed Martin, BDS systems, what other opportunities do you plan on offering to all the engineering students and students with a similar interest?
Okay, well, first of all, a clear read of the essay of the resolution present says that it's the essay. Cutting ties, we're just calling the university to do so, but the university doesn't have to, number one. Number two, to suggest that there aren't any other opportunities besides manufacturing weapons in the world is insanely ludicrous and, quite frankly, disheartening. A university should not be sponsoring weapons manufacturers, period.
Are there, let's get to everybody else once. If there is no other questions, we'll go to follow-ups. But I see we have a question in the back there.
How do you determine which companies you're going to divest from? So, for example, if a company has like an office in Israel, is that enough to divest from them? No.
No, it definitely is not. So the resolution calls on the university to do a targeted divestment. So that would include weapons manufacturers, but in terms of the divestment of Israel, it would be a small list of corporations that are implicated in Israel's human rights abuses very intimately. If a company has an office in Israel, we don't want to divest from them. There's no reason to do that. That's not even a strategic goal. Thank you.
Joe?
The BDS movement has openly supported the October 7th attack against Israeli civilians of all backgrounds. And according to the New York Times, is run in part by
the accusation that I'm aligning myself with Hamas personally is very insulting. Thank you. Divestment in Binghamton and divesting our endowment from weapons manufacturers and companies implicated in human rights abuses is in no way, shape, or form an endorsement of Hamas, its horrific attacks, or anti-Semitism. Divestment is a tactic. Just because an organization says that they support a similar tactic does not mean that we in any way, shape, or form endorse that organization. Thank you.
Questions? Any other questions? Layla?
I wholeheartedly support the release of all hostages. At the current state of the conflict in Gaza, we have 30,000 dead, many injured, and people are starving. We need a ceasefire now. Sorry. Save lives needs to be unconditional. As a result, I do think hostages should be released. They need to be released now. And keeping this war going only risks their lives because of Israel's indiscriminate bombing of the Gaza Strip. Hostages have been killed by Israel. We must stop this war. We will stop the hostages from being killed and stop Gazan civilians from being killed. Thank you.
Speaking as a person who was born here in the city of Binghamton and am very aware of its precarious economic state, jobs in this area have been on the decline since the 1990s. And if the spirit of your resolution is achieved with the major industries left in the greater Binghamton area, do you say that it's really fair that this kind of screws over the Binghamton area, given the fact that most students who are going to speak on this issue are never going to come back to the Binghamton area ever again once they graduate college?
Thank you for the question, Lord. First and foremost, this resolution, if passed and divestment is successful, is going to put the rightful burden on the city of Binghamton and Binghamton University to find alternatives for people to actually have jobs that do not kill people. For the first part. The second point is that there are alternatives, and that as people, as all of us who have a good conscience and believe in the moral standing and sanctity of life, we should call on our elected officials to find economic opportunities that, quite frankly, are invested in killing innocent people. That's what it is. That is what it is. That's what it is.
Okay, we'll be taking one more question in this informal Q&A period. I'm going to order by whose hand I saw raised first. So now Seth. So Seth.
Are you aware the number you are citing is not distinguished from Hamas member civilians that have never been arrested from the Hamas-run Gaza ministry of Israel uses
Thank you for your question. Thank you for your question, Seth. Both Israel internally has admitted that it trusts these numbers as an accurate count of the amount dead in Gaza. Thank you, Chris. The United States itself has acknowledged that overwhelmingly civilians have been killed in this assault. The United Nations has acknowledged it. The international community has acknowledged it. We should be acknowledging that civilians are being disproportionately killed. They represent a majority of deaths, and that the death count is likely an undercount. Thank you.
Now we'll be moving into the debate period. Are there any motions on the floor for debate? Tyler? Just to be clear, the motion brought was 8 speakers for the bill, 8 speakers against the bill, with a speaking time of 3 minutes and unlimited recognition for Congress members. Does this motion have a second?
I second.
Okay. Any opposition? No? All right. This motion passes. All those who would like... Of course. Of course. Could you please cite the whereas clause? Okay, so we have a friendly amendment on the floor. It's up to you to address that friendly amendment. We can take a, yes, we can take, how would 3 minutes be in order? All right, so a 3 minute recess is in order to discuss friendly amendments.
This pointed the wrong way.
10:03. This is gonna really drag on. I found out that one of my friends is speaking. Huh? Is I should really be doing work right now. And yet here I am right now. Oh God. I don't think my mom would be happy to know that I'm in an event like this. Especially since she specifically told me not to get involved. Well, this pretty much seals my fate. That's the representative of the hospital.
All right, everybody get back to the seats. The recess period is really over. All right, everybody, please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please settle down. Can everybody over here just take like maybe one step back a little bit? Just give everybody a little bit of space to move. Thank you. A little more, please. Sorry. Thank you. Please settle down, everybody. Please settle down. We'll get right back to it as soon as all Congress reps are back in.
Okay, guys, just raise your hand if you're against this, but the microphone was a little loud. Is it okay if we lower it a little bit, or you think if we lower it a little bit, the people in the back will not be able to hear? Like, wait, raise your hand if you are against us lowering the mic. Okay, raise your hand if you're for us lowering the mic. Just a little, it's just for people who have, like, I'm wearing earbuds right now, it's a little uncomfortable for me. We're gonna lower it a little bit.
Is this a good volume for everybody? Can everybody hear me? Better? Good? Louder? How about now? Is this better? Perfect. Thank you, guys. All right, just give us a minute. Oh my God, we lost it. Just give us Congress reps a minute to get sorted here. So after the recess period for friendly amendments, the friendly amendment proposed on the floor was accepted. So congratulations. So we have the updated forms of the result clause here. We're going to highlight it so everybody can see. These were the necessary amendments changed. There we go. Another whereas clause. So we have two friendly amendments made to this piece of legislation. Now, with that being said, we're going to continue to move into the debate period. If I'm not mistaken, the motion for debate was 8 speakers for, 8 speakers against, a speaking time of 30 minutes with unlimited, yeah, well, Congress reps can speak as many times as they want. Yeah, there you go. I will be, in order to keep this debate structure, I will be accepting a speakers list. So for everyone who has for and against speeches, please give me this. Please give me a list of names of people who will be making speeches, so I know who to call on when we enter the debate period. You guys. 8 for, 8 against. Yes, correct. And you can yield your time to members of the audience who are not Congress reps, but just be advised, this debate and the eventual vote that will happen on it will only be decided by Congress reps. The chair will look favorably upon Congress reps speaking as much as possible. Again, the motion for 8 speakers for, 8 speakers against in 3-minute time was passed on the floor. So now members can take time, Congress members can take time to make their list of 8 speakers for, 8 speakers against, and when you are ready, you can present it to the speaker, and we'll begin from there. We'll go in the order of the speaker for will speak first, followed by the speaker against, then the speaker for, and so on and so forth. Actually, right, my bad. So against will speak for because the members who are for the bill have presented and got their speeches, so we'll hear the against first, and then the for, and we'll just go back and forth, vice versa. Everybody will get an opportunity to speak for their 8 speakers. Okay, please, at your earliest convenience preferably, please give me the order of your speakers. All right, everybody, I've received the speakers lists for our debate period. Again, I want to remind everybody that we are going to be enforcing a 3-minute speaking time for all members who wish to speak. If you're in the middle of a thought while the 3 minutes is over, you have time to finish your thought But anything beyond that, I will have to stop you by banging the gavel and asking you to please stop. So, we're going to start without any further ado. The first speaker for the against, which is Saul Hakim.
My name is Saul Hakim. I'm an OC3 rep and a proud Zionist, and I'm standing before you today to urge you to vote no on BDS. This resolution presents us with a critical decision, one that touches on the core values of our university and our commitment to justice, inclusivity, and reasoned discourse. This resolution proposes to address the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the war that has erupted following the October 7th terror attacks on Israel. This conflict, a geopolitical issue of immense complexity and sensitivity, is approached in a simplistic, zero-sum manner that is dangerously misleading. While perhaps the stated intentions of the resolution are laudable, its means, rhetoric, and ultimately results carry inherent connections to anti-Semitism. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which was adopted by this very body on 2 separate occasions, very clearly draws the line between anti-Semitic rhetoric and legitimate criticism. Unfortunately, tonight's resolution checks all the boxes of anti-Semitism. To those who argue that the definition alone is not enough, I say this. The Jewish community of Binghamton and over 6,800 other signatories of our petition are in agreement. While the Jewish community has a diverse array of opinions, those who stand in favor of this resolution are the fringe minorities. Their opinions must be viewed through the lens of proportionality. My fellow representatives, do not let the words of a minute fraction of Jewish students bear the same weight as the collective will of hundreds. Do not allow tokenization of Jewish identity to confuse you into thinking that this resolution does not bear anti-Semitic connotations. Universities that pass BDS often have the largest year-over-year increases in anti-Semitic incidents on campus, and the collective Jewish community of Binghamton has made it clear this resolution must not pass. And yet this is just the start. As others will share, and I alluded to before, the resolution contains a litany of other issues. They're wide-ranging, spanning from its usage and demand of the essay recognizing Israel as an apartheid state and a genocidal state, which are just emotionally charged labels that even the highest authorities in the world, I'll reiterate, have not been able to make a determination on, to a clear violation of essay precedent as legislated in 2021 and discussed this year. The legislation presents a whole host of problems. Let us be clear, this resolution in the BDS movement is not intended to make a difference or solve the problems abroad. It is intended to divide us and inflame tensions. This Congress has worked tirelessly to unite our student body, foster dialogue, and ensure that all students feel welcome and safe. BDS contravenes those principles on every level. It is said that one of the chief strengths of evil is to support that which is like it. Hamas is evil, and BDS, as you will hear, supported it. I challenge you all to instead support that which is good and vote no to BDS.
Speech. I just want to ask everybody in the crowd over here to just move back slightly, maybe 2 paces, a little bit. Please move back. Yeah, 2 big steps, please. 2 big steps. Thank you very much. For everybody sitting there, is that better? Okay, excellent. Thank you. Also, just remind everybody, please remain respectful when people are making speeches. That goes for everyone. I'd like to welcome the next speaker, the speaker who will be speaking for the bill. It will be Deepshika.
Sorry. So my name is Deepshika Indian, and I'm a first year at Bing, and I want to speak on behalf of the resolution regarding the disinvestment of Israel's endowment. So I ask you to consider and just listen to our call for action. I understand that each person here has a different goal for tonight, and each person has a different wish for this resolution. But I believe from the bottom of my heart that this resolution is a voice for the people who are too scared to speak up, too scared to say their thoughts and feelings about the statement, for those who haven't had the voice yet to stand for what they believe in. I myself was too scared to come up here and discouraged by many and received a lot of backlash, but I'm here and I stand for what I believe in. And yes, whatever happens, happens. But the fact that this many people are here today to stand and continue to support the families out here in Gaza and also Israel is amazing and beautiful in and of itself. I thank you and I pray for everyone in this room, the innocent and many lives being lost in places we aren't here today, and may all be well. I yield the rest of my time to Remy, who will take it from here. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. My name is Naomi and I'm a member of this campus SJP, but more importantly, I'm one of the few representatives in this room of this campus's Arab community. Publicly identifying myself as an Arab isn't something I do lightly. My people have a long history of being generalized and viewed through the lens of either terrorists or victims. I was raised to hide this part of myself so I could be viewed for the merit of my character, but I've now been forced to break this rule because while I can speak endlessly on historical context or death-toll statistics, I'll leave that to my more eloquent peers. I identify myself now to emphasize all to you how the pain of events 5,000 miles away is here and directly bolstered by our financial decisions in campus culture. I would like you to imagine the grief in my community who has family either in or close to Palestine. My entire family lives 30 miles from the border. For me and many others, hearing about Israeli bombings of Damascus and Iran's retaliations isn't just another headline of conflicts in the Middle East. It's another panicked and tearful phone call to my father where I have to bear the pain of hearing pain in the voice of a man who's lived through multiple political instabilities, where he minimizes the truth to reassure me, but nothing can minimize the pain of hearing the death of another family member. And then having to continue on to be there for my Palestinian peers who've experienced loss incomparable to mine, all while being marked a terrorist for just trying to justify my people's right to live. Regardless about what you believe of the history of the state of Israel, I hope we can unanimously agree that the military industry does not belong on our campus in any form. The blood of thousands should not be funded by our tuition. I encourage you to actually read this resolution and what it's trying to accomplish, and I implore you to pass it. I refuse to be financially complicit in the indiscriminate murder of my people. Thank you.
With that being said, moving on to our next speaker number 2 for against the bill, Lauren Wilner.
Good evening. My name is Ariel Schlissel, and I'm the outgoing Vice President of Programming and the incoming President of Hillel at Binghamton. My number one responsibility as President of Hillel is ensuring the safety and well-being of Jewish students on campus. With this BDS resolution on the floor, our work becomes so challenging that it borderlines on impossible. As it is written, this resolution does not have the impact that people expect it to have. In reality, this will foster a hostile and uncomfortable environment for Jewish students. It will normalize anti-Semitism on campus and put the safety of Jewish students in jeopardy. With the Jewish community at Binghamton being 3,500 strong, it is terrifying to imagine the dramatic increase in anti-Semitism that we will experience. Data has proven that on campuses with BDS resolutions, there are 3 times more anti-Semitic incidents than on campuses without BDS. I encourage you to think of your Jewish friends, classmates, professors, partners, roommates, and peers. What are you going to say to them after you pass this resolution? How will you be able to look them in the eyes and explain to them how this BDS resolution will not negatively impact them? What will you say to them when they come crying to you after experiencing anti-Semitism? And what will you say if you knew that this anti-Semitism was directly correlated to this BDS resolution you voted to pass? If you can't confidently answer these questions, your vote should be no. My name is Ariel Schlissel, and I am the incoming president of Hillel at Binghamton. My first priority is to ensure the safety and security of Jewish students at Binghamton. Help me protect my community, as they are yours as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now be moving to the second speaker for the bill, Christina Donders.
I yield to Amari from the Yiddish Fund.
All right, hello y'all, thank you. I'm Amari, I'm from the Boone, we're a Jewish organization on campus. We've done a broad number of things, but the most recent thing we have done is passing the ceasefire resolution at City Council unanimously. I want to mainly address the idea that this resolution is somehow anti-Semitic, and now apparently I also want to address the idea that I'm somehow tokenizing my identity by standing up here. Hundreds of thousands of Jews have signed up for JPP's email list. Hundreds of thousands of Jews have marched out in the streets. Hundreds of thousands of Jews have opposed this at every step for years. I was born in Oregon, but I grew up in Austin, Texas. If y'all, Austin is very deep in the South, and I grew up surrounded by anti-Semitism. In middle school, Jews would scream, "Kill all the Jews." Neo-fascist and neo-Confederate flags were everywhere. A man nearly succeeded in burning down our synagogue a couple years ago, actually. He's still in prison for that. I remember being 15, alone on a bus in the middle of the night, with a man with a swastika tattoo on his calf. I remember hiding that I was Jewish out of fear. And believe me, when I say I know anti-Semitism, this is political protest. This is political protest, the same protest that was used against apartheid in South Africa. We can all agree that military contractors who built bombs and planes and all manners of machines for killing do not belong on a college campus. This resolution is careful and sharp in its direction. It does not target Jewish organizations on campus. Last month, our professors union passed a resolution on Palestine calling for a ceasefire and also opposing the silencing and harassment and bullying of Palestinian and pro-Palestinian voices advocating on campus. Last week, I already mentioned, the City Council unanimously passed a resolution. This is following suit as the next positive thing you all can do for the Palestinian people.
Our next speaker against the bill will be Jessica.
Hi, for those of you who do not know me, my name is Jessica, and I am an OC3 Congress rep and a proud Jew. As my fellow Internal Affairs Committee members are aware, I'm recovering from a traumatic brain injury. It has been hard for me to sit through all the meetings due to my symptoms, so I've been more of a silent member of Congress. Despite the bright lights and all the commotion that triggers my symptoms, I'm standing up in front of all of you, asking to vote against this divisive and harmful resolution. Binghamton University is supposed to be a safe space for everyone, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, and political views. As a Congress, we have the responsibility to uphold the values of the university. And by voting in favor of this resolution, it would negate the very foundation of which our student association was built on. Passing the resolution would only isolate the majority of the Jewish community here. How can the SA morally exclude an entire ethno-religious organization on the sole basis of their relationship with Israel? We must focus on bringing this campus together rather than furthering the divide. It is also important to note that on campuses where BDS passes, there is a 3 times increase in anti-Semitism. Let's not add Binghamton to that list and make us another statistic. I urge you all to vote against this resolution and ensure the safety and well-being of everyone on this campus. I am standing here against my doctor's orders. I'm risking my healing process by speaking out today. But this issue is bigger than myself. This resolution harms me and every other Jewish student on this campus. Please listen to our voices and understand that we need your help. We need you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for the bill will be Nick.
Hi everyone, my name is Yasmin Jelani, and I've been a part of the Muslim community at Binghamton for the last 4 years. I have served as the fundraising chair, interfaith chair, and vice president of the Muslim Student Association. First, I just want to thank the efforts of all my peers who have been involved in organizing this resolution, as they have recognized the moral imperative we have as Americans to oppose this genocide that our government is complicit in. I just want to say that criticism of foreign governments does not equate to religious discrimination, and I'm concerned by this narrative as it portrays the ongoing genocide, apartheid, and military occupation as a religious conflict. The human rights abuses committed by the Israeli government does not equate to Judaism, just as the human rights abuses committed by the Saudi Arabian and Iranian governments does not equate to Islam. I'm speaking today because I have an obligation to call out the Islamic and racist rhetoric amplified by American media networks, weapons manufacturers, and Zionist lobbies. They do this as a means of justification for decades of militarism and genocidal acts on Muslim-majority countries. The Zionist lobby is inextricably tied to war profiteering in the military-industrial complex by leveraging Islamophobia in the war on terror. In 2003, Zionist lobbies and weapons manufacturers adamantly supported the United States invasion of Iraq, which killed 500,000 civilians. The "you're with us or you're with the terrorists" fear-mongering rhetoric that was utilized by the Bush administration and the Zionist lobbies to justify the invasion of Iraq mirrors the rhetoric that I'm seeing used by anti-BDS movements today. In this rhetoric, used by Buzo, Binghamton Zionist lobby, they stated, if you support BDS, you align with the terrorists. Additionally, the president of Buzo, who was a member of this Congress, marginalized the Arab and Muslim populations on this campus by identifying the presence of our strong communities as a threat in an interview with the New York Post. As someone who just addressed this room on the claim that BDS is divisive, calling out, singling out Muslim and Arab populations in that article is only going to divide our communities. Supporting corporations that profit off of war and genocide will not make Muslim or Jewish communities safer. In fact, the military-industrial complex has only heightened anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in recent months. As students of a public academic institution, we must not align ourselves with Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems, or any weapons manufacturers that profit from the brutalization of Palestinian mothers, fathers, and children. Members of Congress, today, you have a responsibility to represent your peers, and I ask that you vote in solidarity, not complicity.
I'd like to remind the speakers, please refrain from making personal attacks. I also like to remind members of the audience, please be respectful full members are speaking. You'll have a chance to respond. I prefer we get through the debate first. We'll have the opportunity to go back to certain things after that. Does that sound good? Got it, understood. Thank you very much. Okay. I will keep an eye on it again. I advise everybody to We're here to debate policy positions. We're here to debate the bill. Personal attacks have no line in it. I understand you guys feel very contentious about certain matters here, but again, please, I'd like to remind you all to remain respectful and remain civil here. Now, I would like to welcome our fourth speaker for the against, Joe Cornwell.
October 7th and speaking about sexual assault. If you do not feel comfortable, I urge you to leave the room. I'm going to read the story of Sapir, a 26-year-old Israeli who attended and survived the Nova Peace Festival. At 8 a.m. on October 7th, Sapir was hiding under a bushy tree when Hamas terrorists invaded the Supernova Music Festival to kill as many people as they could. She had been shot in the back, but she survived. The first victim she said she saw was a young woman, blood running down her back, pants pushed down to her knees. One man pulled her by the hair and made her bend over. Another penetrated her, Sapir said, and every time she flinched, she plunged a knife into her back. Yes, the brutal rape and murder of my people was not an atrocity or an act of terror or a reprehensible act. It was a powerful, armed reaction. You see, Israel is not committing a genocide. It is defending itself against one. Aligning ourselves with BDS would be aligning ourselves with Hamas. Sapir also then said she watched another woman shredded into pieces. While one terrorist raped her, another pulled out a box cutter and sliced off her breast. One continues to rape her, and other throws her breast to someone else, and they play with it, throw it, and it falls on the road, Sapir said. This is one story of many women who were brutalized on October 7th. Since that dreadful day, we have had countless reports of the gang rape, murder, amputation, kidnapping, and torture of innocent people. And to this day, these terrorists are holding 133 hostages, including women, a baby, a toddler, elderly people, disabled people, and other innocent people who are constantly being brutalized in the same horrific way. And yes, the brutal rape and murder of my people, like I said, was not an atrocity or an act of terror or a reprehensible act. It was claimed by BDS that it was a powerful armed reaction. Is this how you want to align yourselves with? We all have our very own Binghamton stories. My Binghamton story would not be complete without all my time, energy, and heart to the students Student Association for the past 4 years. And having all that effort go towards supporting a terrorist group would make it all a waste. I urge you to vote no to BDS.
We'll be proceeding to our fourth speech for the bill. Jeremy Masterson, you have the floor.
I yield my time to Donna from the LASU.
I stand here as a representative of the Latin American Student Union.
That's not true.
I'm here to demonstrate not only my support for Palestinian liberation, but also to demonstrate that the Latin American Student Union will full-heartedly and vehemently stand for Palestine. As an organization that educates our general body about the genocide and colonization of Latin America, there is a need for us to stand in solidarity with Palestine against Israel's settled colonial state. If we sit silent at a time like this, it is just as destructive considering the kind of platform our organization has built in the last 54 years. We are disappointed in how the university has responded. This campaign wants an end to the way this university funds its genocide in a military-industrial complex. Israel was built on the murder and displacement of indigenous Palestinians. There was never a peaceful coexistence as they have claimed there has been. They have continued to displace them and murder their people, and I cannot grasp in my head how anybody would stand by this. Over 30,000 people have been killed across seas, half of them being children, and unfortunately our school is a partner to this. Students do not have a choice in the way their money is being used, and I, along with everybody who has signed this petition and sitting here, are exhausted by the way their demands are being ignored. The misinformation about this campaign is not something new. This campaign is anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic. They are not the same. We have seen how this university has deemed multicultural organizations, and I am sad to say that I am not even surprised. The university has combated apartheid with South Africa's regime, so I believe that we can do it again and not be complicit in this genocide. Yes, a genocide, because it shouldn't take 30,000 dead in the name of defense. I want to end this by urging the rest of the multicultural community to join this campaign. If you have a platform, to sign on and show support. Joining together will make us a lot of change and show that we are unified and not scared. If you wrote a statement in October or November, your organization's name should be up in this campaign too. Vote yes in the name of humanity.
Again, I don't want to keep repeating myself. I want to reiterate, please do not interrupt any speakers while they're speaking, or else you'll have to be removed from the room. Now we're moving towards our fifth speaker against the bill, Logan Blakesley.
Hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mackenzie Cooper, and I'm the incoming Binghamton University Council representative. I want to focus very specifically on the very first clause of this resolution, which states the following. The Student Association Congress provides that the Student Association represent the undergraduate students to the university. Despite the amazing decision to recognize the hostages in this resolution, the overall intent is the same. And based on the egregious fact that we currently have UPD officers present at this meeting, I believe it is more than fair to say that the intent of this resolution contradicts that claim. It has been made crystal clear by the events of the past week, the state of the spine outside, and the state of this room today, that the undergraduate students of the university are still incredibly divided on this issue. Tyler, you referenced the word coexist. I have a coexist tattoo on my arm. It's not an attack at all. I completely agree with you on the issue, but I think you can agree with me that this room is not coexisting today. We are dividing our campus in half. We are making a large portion of our campus feel incredibly threatened, alienated, and targeted. SA Congress has set the precedent this year to not make political statements to avoid this exact situation. It's amazing to see how much everyone cares, but we shouldn't be divided in this way. And it's crazy how here we are in the precise situation we've been trying to avoid. How this bill got this far based on precedent alone is beyond me, but now it is crucial that as a representative body, we denounce this bill. No war is simple, especially this one, and it is naive for any of us to act as war experts. As incoming BU Council representative, I want to advocate for unity on our campus and create an environment where everyone feels safe, heard, and respected. If this bill passes, it will still be incredibly difficult to advocate for such an atmosphere when this bill is serving as that precedent. Thank you for your time.
Getting low enough, you want to stop the recording.
Logan, would you like to yield the rest of your time
and then
to a different speaker?
Until it says power off. Then
Okay,
use this tab, pull on it out, and then insert it the same way in, and then you'll just start back up.
Hello, my name is Olivia Batai. I am not Jewish, but I come today as a friend of the Jewish community and as someone who is deeply involved in interfaith work on campus. I know that this BDS resolution sends a dangerous message on our campus. It indicts Israel on charges that are untrue, and in doing so condemns our Jewish community on campus to an unsafe and unwelcoming environment. I have been to Israel. I have seen firsthand that it is a nation that, while imperfect, does its best to uphold the ideals of diversity and religious liberty. It is not an apartheid. And yet this BDS resolution would have our students believing that we must abandon the only Jewish state in the world, the only state where Jewish people and traditions are celebrated, a state that commits itself to aiding its neighbors. This resolution would have students believing that our Jewish brothers and sisters on this campus cannot speak proudly about their heritage and their home, a place where a continued Jewish presence has existed for thousands of years. The BDS movement expects us to divest only from one country. It is no accident that it is the Jewish one. If we want to help Palestinians, and we do, there are better ways. This can only hurt them. I hope you consider the alarming impacts to our campus culture that this would have.
We're going to move to our fifth speaker for the for side of the debate, Tyler.
Tonight's discussion is not about whether Congress agrees with our resolution, but whether they will stand firm in their beliefs or yield to intimidation by the opposition. Zionism, like any regressive conservative ideology, relies on weaponizing fear to achieve its goals. To its supporters, fear that they must rely on an ethno-state for their continued existence. To its critics, fear of being doxxed, of having your careers ruined. And we have seen this repeatedly on our campus. From the cherry picking of a single video frame to frame a hijabi student as hailing Hitler, to some SA representatives here tonight worrying that supporting this resolution will cause them to be targeted and harassed. Part of this strategy of fear includes the use of outside pressure to influence your vote. Our opposition boasts several thousand signatures on their petition, yet their supporters map doesn't come close to touching Binghamton. Of their top 3 zip codes, 2 are not even in New York. These signatures are not Binghamton students, and they are not your constituents. The resolution's opposition relies on its vast outside networks because it fundamentally lacks organic support on this campus. Meanwhile, the Divest from Death Coalition consists of 20 different student organizations and growing, representing every walk of life in our community. Talk about unity! And try as they might, pack us into a corner, let our opposition enter this room first, we'll still be here. Outside those doors, outside those windows, standing there until our legs are weak and our bladders are really hurting. We will be shouting, "Free, free Palestine." Look at your peers, Congress, gathered here, hand in hand, wearing red, in support of peace and justice. A vote in favor is a vote for the will of the people. If you face opposition, then we will be there to support you. But that first requires you to join with us and be unwilling to yield to intimidation. I implore you to look beyond whatever worries you may have and realize your duty as our representatives. There is a paraphrase quote that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. I would like to share with you the original version of this quote, which better encompasses the need for us all to stand in unflinching solidarity. When bad men combine, the good must associate, else they will fall, one by one, an unpitied sacrifice in a contemptible struggle.
Again, guys, please, I know that it's a contentious debate, we all have a lot to say, but please just give courtesy to the person who's speaking. That goes for everyone. Again, I'd like to welcome our next speaker against the bill, Seth Schlenk.
Good evening. My name is Shira Kohler, and I'm standing here today because there are still 97 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. I would like to tell you that the number is still 133, but at the beginning of the month, we found out that 36 of those 133 hostages are now dead, with their bodies still being kept by Hamas. You may hear the number of hostages dwindling and think it is a good thing, but that number is dwindling because people are dying and suffering at the hands of Hamas in Gaza. Each of these hostages has a name and a story left unfinished. One of those names is Omer Nutra. Omer grew up 5 minutes from me on Long Island. We went to the same synagogue and a small Jewish day school. Our families are very close, and we often get together for Shabbat dinners on Friday nights. Omer always brought the best homemade hummus that tasted just like we were in Israel. Omer is each and every one of us. He committed to Binghamton before deferring to join the Israeli Defense Forces as a lone soldier and bravely serving Israel before coming to Binghamton. In his heart, Omer is a Bearcat. Along with Omer, my brother Ira is also serving as a paratrooper in the IDF. On the morning of October 7th in Israel, I texted asking, "Ira, is everything okay?" I waited anxiously for an answer or for his location on Life 360, similar to Find My Friends, to update with where he was. But for 48 hours, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, and I could barely breathe. I didn't know where my brother was or if he was alive. Thankfully, after 48 hours of agony, we got news that Ira was okay. But this is not the case for all. For Omer's family, his mother Orna, father Ronan, and brother Daniel, this has been 193 days of no sleep, no minute to rest. 193 days of not knowing where their son or brother is or if he is even alive. No family, no person should ever have to go through this. This isn't a Jewish crisis or an Israeli crisis. This is a humanitarian crisis. BDS calls for a humanitarian ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. This resolution inherently furthers and hurts the efforts to release the hostages who have been held in captivity for over 6 months. How can you advocate for the safety and humanitarian aid of one while completely ignoring another? Not only that, but a Bearcat, an American, and a friend. Omer, who is still being held hostage, needs to come home. Vote no to BDS and bring them all home now.
I'd like to welcome the next speaker for the bill, Yuki Lee. Could you just speak up a little bit?
Hi, I'm here today as a representative of the Binghamton's Feminist Collective and a proud Jewish person, one of many Jewish students standing here today and supporting this resolution and Palestinian liberation. I was raised as a Reformed Jew, and I underwent the limited education many Jewish folks experience about Israel and Zionism. My Hebrew school education perpetuated the norm that being Jewish means you have to be a Zionist. You had to support Israel unquestioningly. But despite this, I also learned that Judaism is about questioning everything. It means advocating for your neighbor. It means supporting justice and equity. This is why I started questioning what I had been taught about Israel. This is why I stand in solidarity with Palestine and urge you all to vote yes on this resolution. Jewish values demand that we reject the cynical ideology that one person's safety must come at the expense of another's. Such cynical views diminish everyone's humanity and are antithetical to Jewish values of preserving life and advocating for justice and equity. Israeli safety is inextricably tied to Palestinian safety. We must look at this genocide with clear eyes. 33,000 people killed, 13,800 children murdered. They are people. They are our brothers and sisters. They are the future generations of Palestine wiped out. The average age of a child killed in Gaza is 5 years old. 5 years old. We are talking about children, entire families murdered, brutalized, orphaned, buried, emaciated, injured, and traumatized. And Binghamton is complicit. This is why we are here today. Because this university must divest from weapons manufacturing companies like Lockheed Martin, BAE Systems, Boeing, and more. This essay resolution is imperative in starting that process. Let us be on the right side of history and take the steps many other schools have towards divestment. There is absolutely nothing anti-Semitic about ending Binghamton's complicity in genocide. Absolutely nothing. On the contrary, it upholds the values of Judaism, the values of Tikkun Olam, repairing the world. We must never again let what happened to my family and so many of our families during the Holocaust continue to happen to families in Palestine. I stand here today begging you all to take a stand. Listen to the multicultural community standing before you today, calling for you to take an active part in ending this. You can be a part of changing the course of history. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to welcome the second to last speaker for the against side of the bill. Layla, you have the floor.
Hello? There we go.
fellow students, members of Congress, and the Student Association. My name is Layla Modlin, and I am a Congress representative for the New England College community. As we gather here today to discuss an important matter concerning our college campus and community, I want to draw attention to an issue that strikes the core of our values and principles. The topic of whether to allow the boycott, divestment, and sanction organization to establish a presence here on our campus is not merely a question of free speech, but rather a matter of upholding our commitment to inclusivity, diversity, and respect for human rights. Allowing the BDS organization to operate on our campus sends a message that we condone its divisive tactics and discriminatory agenda. BDS seeks to discredit and demonize the State of Israel through economic, cultural, and academic boycotts. Such actions not only undermine for peace and dialogue, but also foster hostility and division within our campus community. It is crucial to recognize that BDS does not promote constructive engagement or dialogue. Instead, it seeks to isolate and villainize Israel, ignoring the complex reality of the region while perpetuating a one-sided narrative of the conflict. By aligning ourselves with BDS, we are contributing to the alienation of members of our own community, people who are sitting next to you, who have personal and cultural ties to the State of Israel. This narrative underscores the origins of BDS in the early 2000s, followed by the collapse of peace that talks of the Israel and Palestinian Authority. It portrays BDS as emerging from a context of hostility toward Israel rather than a genuine pursuit of justice for Palestinians. Some accounts may suggest that BDS initiated by groups and individuals with a long-standing animosity toward Israel rather than stemming from Palestinian activism. BDS undermines the prospects for peace by devaluing Israel and refusing to engage in constructive communication, while also perpetuating a one-sided narrative of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. BDS's uncompromising stance makes it ever so much harder to reach a negotiated settlement that satisfies the legitimate aspirations of both Israelis and Palestinians. Again, people who are sitting next to you. Moreover, the BDS movement has been criticized for its double standard and selective targeting of the State of Israel. While also claiming to advocate for Palestinian rights, BDS overlooks the civil liberties perpetuated by other regimes in the Middle East. Israel should be celebrated and supported by the people in this room. So I urge you to vote no on this resolution.
I'd like to welcome the second to last speaker for the bill, Natalie, to the floor.
Hello, I am speaking as a representative of the Feminist Collective and as a student rightfully concerned by the investments made on my behalf by this institution. Firstly, I want to say as a survivor of sexual violence who has fiercely advocated for the rights of survivors on this campus and on a national level, it is disgusting to sensationalize the traumatic and unspeakably horrific experiences of survivors in service of your political beliefs, especially as the resolution includes a condemnation of the actions of Hamas. Additionally, it is egregious to frame this issue as one that is only experienced on one side of any political line. Palestinian women face systemic sexual violence due to the system of apartheid that they are forced to live under. And sexual violence of any kind by any group or perpetrator must be condemned and is something our campaign wholeheartedly stands against. We should all be concerned that the Binghamton University Foundation a privately managed nonprofit which is tasked with managing all private donations and endowment-based assets for the university, has refused to make the contents of its investment portfolio public. Our endowment as of 2021 was $148 million, yet there is zero transparency as to where these funds are directed. Where is all of our money going, and for what purpose are questions we need to demand answers to, given the barbarism the United States is funding and engaging in on a daily basis. 33,000 dead is a phrase that should stop any human being with a conscience in their tracks. It should render your breath shallow and your heart fearful, not for yourself alone, but for all of humanity. Not long ago, the Israeli defense minister labeled Gazans human animals. A reading of any anti-colonial text will tell you that settler colonialism and its mechanisms of violence dehumanize not only whom this siege mercilessly falls upon, but also those who perpetrate it. We are hurtling toward a worldwide reckoning regarding the involuntary violence we are coerced to participate in as global citizens and as Americans. And for Americans in particular, we know this barbarism begins at home. The origins of this country are rooted in the annihilation of indigenous people and the kidnapping, torture, and enslavement of African people. The American flag is stained with blood begotten by genocide. The United States, too, has long engaged in the violent militaristic subjugation of former colonial regimes. It is no wonder that the weapons of murder and destruction used in this current genocide are largely designed and produced in the USA. To this we must say no more. Binghamton must end its militaristic partnerships. We must no longer be complicit in the evils that have allowed for so many across history to be harmed and killed. Anti-BDS laws are a clear violation of First Amendment rights that are intertwined with right-wing efforts in the southern United States, such as book bans and DEI bans, to limit speech and restrict the freedoms of educational institutions such as this one. Attempts to intimidate and smear our campaign rely on logic that is filled with incongruencies and intellectual dishonesty. Otherwise, there would be no need for such attempts. I implore you all, for the sake of all of our humanity, to vote yes.
Please, everybody, let's get this. I'd like to welcome our final speaker against the bill, Compson. Okay, very nice.
My name is Nadav Wegerlein. I'm a sophomore, and I'm here to speak against BDS as a member of the Jewish community on campus. On October 7th, my sweet brother-in-law, Yosef Malachi Gedalia, a year and a week into a beautiful marriage with my sister Sinai, as they were celebrating the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah, received a call from his commander, alerting him to trouble at the border. 10 minutes later, Yosef and my sister heard the sirens that had gone off all around Israel, signaling that the nation was under attack. Of his own volition, Yosef and his friend Guy drove south to Kibbutz Kfar Aza, where he saved 69 civilians from Hamas's brutal attack. Yosef saved Jews, Christians, Arabs, Muslims, Israelis, and tourists of all backgrounds that day. It took 2 days for my family to hear the end of that story. I got a call from my dad on Monday, October 9th. Still numb from the massacre that stole the lives of thousands of innocent civilians, I picked up. My dad was crying, and I knew what had happened. Unfortunately, like many in the room today, I have a very personal connection to this conflict, one that requires that I speak about. Hamas, the terrorist organization that rules the Gaza Strip, that committed the mass rape, massacre, and murder of innocent people, the terrorist organization who killed my brother-in-law trying to save him, was celebrated exactly 1 day after October 7th by the BDS movement. On October 8th, the BDS movement published a statement calling the worst attack against Jews since the Holocaust heroic and reasonable. Then, after seemingly realizing their error in judgment, they amended the statement to simply refer to the attack as, quote, powerful. This is not surprising. According to a 2019 New York Times article, the BNC, which leads the BDS movement globally, quote, includes several groups designated by the United States as terrorist organizations, including Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. I am absolutely terrified by the notion that my peers would openly support an organization that supports and is led in part by the terrorist organization that murdered my brother-in-law and over 1,000 other innocent civilians. This resolution calls for unity, but by endorsing a movement that supports and is led by a totalitarian extremist terrorist organization, it would do the opposite. I have love in my heart for each and every one of you. I consider every single student at Binghamton to be an extension of my own family. I love you all. Yosef's job was to protect people in Israel and globally. This resolution attempts to undermine what Yosef Malachi Gedalia sacrificed. So therefore, my brothers and sisters, I beg, plead, and dream that this resolution does not pass. The only real path to unity that we all want is love. BDS is not love. BDS is not unity. BDS supported the murder of my brother-in-law. Vote no to BDS. Thank you.
Irene, you have the floor.
I'd like to give my time to Dahlia from the Center.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Dahlia. I am a member of the BSU, but I am primarily speaking as a representative of the centers. As students of Binghamton University, our hands are soiled with blood. Blood in the form of wanton sponsorships from companies invested in technologies of death. Blood in the form of an administration who would rather suppress our voices than those with genocidal intent. Blood that only through action do we have the chance to atone. We gather here not against the safety of our Jewish community, but against the establishment of a state by Western colonial powers that continuously displaces, disavows, and extinguishes the lives of indigenous Palestinians. These ruthless acts of violence committed by Israel have continuously been supported by Western imperial power. Whether it be the British's Balfour Declaration of 1917, the hegemonic UN partition plan of 1947, or the United States non-stop funding of military weapons and technology, the state of Israel has always been trailed by the blood of Western colonialism. To claim that the disavowal of Israel as a state is anti-Semitic is to conflate Judaism with the history of European imperialist violence. However, I stand here not just as a student, but as a Cameroonian American. As someone whose family has felt the full brunt of what colonial violence can do to a people. Opponents to our investment often say that we are uneducated, but our people know far too well. Brothers in arms, the United States' unrelenting provision of Israeli instruments of death is a haunting mirror of the French-fueled military state that has overshadowed Cameroon for over 30 years. Even in our state, the same surveillance technologies utilized by police against black and brown communities act as testing grounds for military weapons overseas. This resolution is not fueled by hatred, but an understanding that a weapon pointed at one of us is a weapon pointed at all of us. To stand for divestment means to stand for global justice. And so, the Centers at Binghamton continues to stand in full, unconditional solidarity of both this resolution and the Palestinian struggle. A struggle that has consistently shown itself to be one of the most enduring and perilous humanitarian crises that we have witnessed within the past century alone. We will continue to call on the Student Association, Binghamton University, and the Binghamton University Foundation to cut all ties, both implicit and explicit, to the actors that are responsible for this needless massacre. It is time that those who have the agency and the power to act, to take action, and until they do, we will not be silent. We will resist, and we will call for an end to our involvement in the killing of innocents. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Please settle down, please. That concludes the debate period. You can. You're motioning for a 15-minute recess? I have to hear the motion. Does the motion... All right, there is no... There you go. That concludes the debate period. Tyler?
I think yes has been a simple motion that is privileged and it has priority over any other motion and it's not debated.
It is correct, but we would have to go into voting on that motion, correct?
We would have to go into voting. It needs a 51% majority to pass.
You say motion to move into a roll call vote? Okay, we'll motion to do this voting in a roll call vote. I'm sorry, this isn't for the bill. This is just for the motion. All right, please, everybody, calm down, silence, and all that. All right. So now we'll proceed into roll call voting on Saul's motion. We're going into roll call voting on Saul's motion to adjourn the meeting. Those who are in favor of adjourning the meeting will vote yay to this motion. Those who are opposed vote nay. After we have done this, we will move to Tyler's motion of suspending the rules. So now I'm going to proceed with the roll call vote. Motion, please stand by. Again, this vote requires a majority to pass. Please, everybody, quiet down. Again, if you want to vote to suspend the meeting, it is a yay. If you do not, it is a nay. Christina Donners, how say you vote? Divshika, how say you vote? Sammer, how say you vote? Ted, how say you vote? Kenny, how say you vote? Irene, how say you vote? Tyler, how say you vote? Nay, how say you vote? And there we go. It's kind of funny. Layla, how say you vote? I'm sorry? Okay. Eric, how say you vote? Thompson, how say you vote? Lauren, how say you vote? Joshua, how say you vote? Emily, how say you vote? Could you repeat that a little louder? Natalie, how say you vote? Victoria, how say you vote? Liam, how say you vote? Nick, how say you vote? Yuki, how say you vote? Saul, how say you vote? Joe, how say you vote? Logan, how say you vote? Jeremy, how say you vote? Jessica, how say you vote? Omar, how say you vote? Seth, how say you vote? Moran, how say you vote? Midas, how say you vote? Give us a moment to tabulate.
The yeas are, I'm gonna say them now. The yeas are 9, the nays are 19, so the nays have it.
This motion to adjourn the meeting fails. Now we will go back to Tyler's motion to suspend the rules. Is there any second? Any opposition? Opposition, Logan. Seeing that there is opposition, yes, it will need, again, let me just explain. To override the opposition, 2/3 of Congress vote will be needed. We will proceed again into a roll call vote. Okay, is every single Congress representative present here? Is there anybody missing before we go into voting on this motion? Okay, all right, so everybody please. Christina, how say you vote? Dipshika, oh, hold on, I should probably make this clear. If you vote yay, that means you are contributing to the 2/3 majority needed. The 2/3 majority is needed to override the opposition. Just want to clarify. So Christina, again, how say you vote? Dipshika, how say you vote? Samer, how say you vote? Ted, how say you vote? Kenny, how say you vote? Irene, how say you vote? Tyler, how say you vote? Nay, how say you vote? Layla, how say you vote? Nay, okay. Eric, how say you vote? Compson, how say you vote? Lauren, how say you vote? Joshua, how say you vote? Emily, how say you vote? Natalie, how say you vote? Victoria, how say you vote? Liam, how say you vote? Nick, how say you vote? Yuki, how say you vote? Saul, how say you vote? Joe, how say you vote? Logan, how say you vote? Jeremy, how say you vote? Jessica, how say you vote? Jules, oh, my bad, Jules is not here. Omar, how say you vote? Seth, how say you vote? Moran, how say you vote? Midas, how say you vote? Okay, thank you. Allow us a second.
Nays are 10, the nays are 17, the yeas are 10. This motion fails. We will now be taking a 5-minute recess.
Okay, now that that motion fails, we will now be going back to the motion to suspend the rules. It is passed, so now is there a motion to go into voting procedure? Any opposition? Okay, seeing as... Hold. Okay. Again, when we mention, I understand your contention. When we motion to suspend the rules, it's always in the context of voting. It's not in the context of anything else. I understand where you're coming from. I understand your position. Chair's discretion. I'm not going to hear the motion. If you'd like to veto the chair, you're more than welcome to. Okay. To override a chair's discretion veto requires 2/3 vote. So, again, we're going to vote. I'd like to say, I'm sorry? Okay, well, motion to divide the House, is there something? Well, that's like our voting. Yeah, you don't need a motion to divide the House. Again, please divide yourselves again. Those in favor over here, those in, yeah. Those against overruling the chair's discretion is over there.
The nays are 19, the yeas are 9. The motion to appeal the chair's decision has failed.
Please return to your seats. Wait, hold on. Hold on, just stay there, stay there, stay there. Okay. All right, so all of you can stay in your divisions since we will be there. I believe there was an opposition to going into voting procedure on the floor. Wait, yes, but again, it does proceed technically. It always proceeds with there's an opposition. There wasn't an opposition. Okay, so all those in favor of going into voting procedure, please stay on the left-hand side, and all those opposed of going into voting procedure, please stay on the right-hand side.
you are, please like kind of organize yourself so we can count you a little easier. We're gonna recount this one.
Okay. No, just a separate thing. So when the meeting is over, this is just really important. So please leave slowly. We're gonna let the people in the back go first, and then we're gonna right, so if you're on that side, you'll go up through that door. If you're on that side, you'll go up through those doors. So just, as slow as possible. We want everyone to make sure everyone gets out safe. And slowly, so just to prep for when the meeting's over, if you're over here, just wait for the people in the front to go first, just so we can make sure it's orderly. If you're sitting, please let the people who are standing leave first, just so it's easier. If you have an emergency, obviously it's so different, but just to keep things calm, I wanted to get that already in motion. Okay, awesome, thank you. competition, but what I imagine is that it's probably due to just making sure that we're in, accordance with our rules. That's what it means for people who are not involved in the SN.
And we voted, the nays were 18, the yays were 10. So this motion does not pass. I know that we motioned to suspend the rules to go into voting, and that did pass. But we always motion to go into voting still as a precedent set by this Congress. And while some of you might be confused by the contradiction of those two, we did have a change of vote from a rep, so we will not be moving forward with voting tonight.
Decorum, please. Everybody Please calm down. Yes, as further explanation, excuse me, I'm trying to explain for you guys. As further explanation, traditionally, everybody please settle down. Just give us a minute. Thank you guys. Again, please everybody try to stay calm. Okay, so traditionally in Robert's Rules of Order, a motion to suspend the rules would supersede an opposition vote in to going to voting. The issue is for about 15 years, Congress has operated where that's not the case. That's why I called the attorney and auditor. I told them to be on standby all night tonight. They confirmed that we must follow our precedent. So, yes. Yes, it does. The precedent set by our legal regulations have to supersede as a corporation. For reference, we were very different than other essays in the SUNY system. I'm going to be very blunt with that. Most essays are not incorporated like us. So we have to follow the regulations set forth by the legal team and the auditor, unless we want to get sued or get rid of, which I don't recommend. It was one vote away from being a 2/3 supermajority. Because it was an opposition that was made to the motion to go. It's an opposition to a motion, so it's the same as any other opposition to a motion. No, so it works just like a motion to suspend the rules. When opposition is on the floor, you need 2/3 to override the opposition. It's like voting to override the chair. So you guys would need 2/3, and we're off by one vote. Yeah.
This vote is to reconsider the motion. Guys, please, come on, let's get this order.
and this is just me as a friend advising you. Pushing off this vote will not change who's deciding. At this point, people who have decided are going to decide. And that is it. And I'm going to be crystal clear. This is not me supporting one side or another, because very bluntly, personally, I don't support one side or another. I've always been neutral on this topic. I'm just saying that, hey, listen, I'm just being honest. This is just me in my personal capacity saying, I'm just advising you wrong.
All right. Hold on, all right, decorum, everybody. Decorum. Is there a motion on the floor? Okay, so please. I withdraw my motion and I make another motion to reconsider the motion to suspend the rules to go into voting procedure. Is there okay? We'll vote on roll call vote.
Okay, we're now going to vote on yes. We need to finish this motion to get to that. After we finish this motion, you can bring up that motion.
like to rescind your motion to suspend the voting? To suspend the rules to go into voting? Do you want? Yes.
I withdraw my motion and then I make another motion to. Fuck your motion. I make a motion to reconsider moving into voting procedure.
Does that have a second? Does that have opposition? All right, we are going to need a 2/3 vote for this as well, and the chair would like to go do this by roll call vote. I'm going to ask everyone to remain in their seats. Can all the Congress reps please remain seated? Okay, Chris is going to start reading the names for a roll call vote. If you vote yay in this If you vote yay in this vote, you are voting you're voting to move into voting procedure on this bill. If you vote nay on this vote, you're voting to not move into voting procedure. Is everyone understand? Is everyone clear what we're voting for? Victoria? 2/3, which means 19 votes. Okay, we're going to start with Christina. How do you vote? Dipshika, how do you vote? Sammer, how do you vote? Ryan, how do you vote? Ted, how do you vote? Kenny? Ashley?
How do you vote?
Yay. Okay. Yeah.
Please speak up. Teddy, how say you vote? Irene, how say you vote? Tyler, how say you vote? Nay, how say you vote? Layla, how say you vote? Eric, how say you vote? Compson, how say you vote? Lauren, how say you vote? Joshua, how say you vote? Emily, how say you vote? Natalie, how say you vote? Victoria, how say you vote? Liam, how say you vote? Nick, how say you vote? Yuki, how say you vote? Okay. Saul, how say you vote? Joe, how say you vote? Logan, how say you vote? Jeremy, how say you vote? Jessica, how say you vote? Omar, how say you vote? Seth, how say you vote? Moran, how say you vote? Midas, how say you vote? Yuki, how say you vote? Yay? Okay. All right, I lost the second time.
And then I'll be right back and finish.
Guys, we're going to have to redo the vote because we cannot hear you. Please, we're going to go through it again. Please say how you're voting loud. Please, yeah. Yes. You can say yes or no. Okay, we're going to go through this one more time. Christina, how do you vote? Loud. Dipshika, how do you vote? Sammer, how do you vote? Theodore, how do you vote? Can you please say it louder? Thank you. Kenny, how say you vote? Irene, how say you vote? Tyler, how say you vote? Yes. Nay, how say you vote? Layla, how say you vote? Eric, how say you vote? Thompson, how say you vote? Lauren, how say you vote? Joshua, how say you vote? Emily, how say you vote? I'm sorry? Okay. Natalie, how say you vote? Victoria, how say you vote? Liam, how say you vote? Nick, how say you vote? Yuki, how say you vote? Saul, how say you vote? Joe, how say you vote? Logan, how say you vote? Jeremy, how say you vote? Jessica, how say you vote? Seth, how say you vote? Omar, how say you vote? Yes. Moran, how say you vote? Midas, how say you vote? Midas, can you be a little louder? Thank you. All right. By a vote of 19 to 9, the yeas have it. We are now in voting procedure. When we are in voting procedure, no main motions can be considered. So we are now just going to go into voting. Voting will be conducted by paper ballot. All representatives will be handed a piece of paper. I know it doesn't say. I know it says representative name. Please fill out your name on the. Please fill out your name on the piece of paper. I know it says on the piece of paper that were presented to you. Please write in the preferred candidate of your choice. Just write in that yay, nay, or abstain. So we can't have any main motions. We're in voting procedure. We're in voting procedure. So we're gonna go pass those around. If anybody has any writing utensils or pens, now's the time.
Hey guys, sorry, just a reminder again, if you are sitting after the meeting, please let the people who are standing go first, and then people who are standing, so you guys, right, so you guys in the back, just wait till they go first and then go slowly. I really, really don't want anyone getting hurt, and there's a lot of people in this room. So just remember, like, that system, okay? Thank you.
take your seats. We are about to go into voting. Please take your seats. I hope you found your writing utensil. I would give you one of mine, but please, all reps, stay in your seats. Guys, please, members of the audience, decorum. While we're doing this, we need silence. Again, write your name on a piece of paper and yay, nay, or abstain before you vote.
Remember your role in Congress and you're represented by
Okay, we're going to give you a minute and then we'll collect them.
Is any rep still voting? Is any rep still voting? Okay, Sophia's going to go around and start collecting the ballots.
before we explain the results, we're just going to explain abstentions. So we had 28 Congress reps tonight. We had 2 abstentions and 1 invalid vote, which lowered the amount needed to pass to 14 votes. Because it lowers quorum with the amount of abstentions.
The amount of votes that were needed for this legislation to pass was 14. Was 13 technically, that's correct. So I will announce the results of voting now. Okay. So with with 3 abstentions, 11 no, and 14 in favor, this vote passes. Let's maintain decorum. Let's maintain decorum here. Please, everybody, maintain decorum. We're almost done here, I promise. All right, that concludes new business. Is there anyone here for announcement or public comment? The way we're going to vote, just for the sake of time, it's 12:30. I'm going to take 2 speakers for public comment. This is the first speaker.
I think that, sure, we can divest from Israel, whatever that means on a campus student association, but I also think that there's room for dialogue. I think there's room for us to listen, to speak to each other, to not rip down each other's posters, to not pour water on each other's clothes. We're better than that. We're all better than that. And so with this BDS bill, it's not in the clause, it's not written anywhere, but I'm going to beg and plead to all of you guys. I am so tired of the disrespect and the lack of just utter appreciation for our own student body that goes until 12:30 at night to discuss issues going on in the world that are bigger than ourselves. I beg you. Everyone here controls the narrative on how this is going to affect Binghamton University. On my side of the table, I believe that this is going to create more anti-Semitism. On your side of the table, you do not. Let's prove to each other that we can please meet in the middle, that we can please respect each other, and that we can please understand that none of us are experts in warfare, and that's okay. We all care, and if we care just as much about this issue as we did about our neighbor and about the other, and not just saying it, but actually actively caring about the neighbor,
I believe that the future for Binghamton University is so much brighter than what we feel as a result of tonight. Thank you so much.
We'll take one more for public comment, but before we do that, just want to remind you that UPD has advised us when we leave, we want to leave using that door over there, and also the door right past that to the right. Is that right, officers? Thank you very much. So just keep that in mind. You're going to be leaving using that right door and the other door on the right-hand side over there, please. Thank you very much. We're taking one more speaker for public comment. Do we have any speakers for public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go into roll call and get everybody out of here.
Okay, Christina, Dipshika, Sammer, Ryan, Ted, Kenny, Ashley, Irene, Tyler, Nay, Layla, Eric, I know, Thompson, Lauren, Joshua, Emily, Natalie, Victoria, Leah, Nick, Yuki, Saul, Joe, Logan, Jeremy, Jessica, Sharon, Jules, Omar, Seth, Miran, and last